Okay, good morning, everyone. The time being 10:13, we'll get started here on our work session. I'll open the work session on SB 63. So, would anyone like to kick off their comments on SB 63? I'll just say, in general, it makes sense to me after reviewing it. But do people have questions, concerns? Representative Almy.
Thank you. We do have some people that need more confirmation that this bill actually does nothing to the municipal the municipalities' money that is in 78A26, which is what a lot of us thought was the source of it for a while.
Okay.
And we
Should
have
we-
two people who can talk about that. One of them has already sent us a very good
Email.
email about it.
Okay.
And the other one is Chris Shea.
All right. I think we'll call up Jennifer Ramsey from DRA to give us some insight.
Can I make my broad comments first?
Sure.
Really, I just want to make sure that it's adequately funded, but I don't want unexpected consequences. So I think that kind of follows up with Representative Almy, that I really think the funding is very important. But whenever, we have these bills, I just want to make sure it's going to do what we want.
Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, Jennifer Ramsey, Tax Policy Counsel with the Department of Revenue Administration. I think you all have seen my email. I just wanted to make clear that the amendment that you all have before you in SB 23 does not impact any distribution out of meals and rooms whatsoever. The calculation became an appropriation rather than a distribution a few years back, and you have the legislative history that I cited to everybody for how that happened. So that what transpired in the interim, because the travel and tourism funding is routinely suspended during the budget process and the legislature picks a different number, no one realized that some amendments to the statute with respect to the municipal fund had resulted in the travel and tourism appropriation being reduced by the proportional amount of the muni fund transfer. So now, under the amendment, in order to perform the calculation for the floor for the travel and tourism appropriation, you would add back the muni fund transfer to get to net revenue and then take 3.15% of the net meals and rooms, as opposed to 3.15% after reducing the revenue by the 30% for the municipal fund, which was a substantial reduction, which was realized in 2023, which I think was the first time in a long time that the appropriation floor had not been suspended. So when it actually went into operation was when people realized that changes related to the municipal fund transfer had impacted the travel and tourism budget calculation. Clear as mud, right?
It makes sense. Representative Almy. Let me go to Representative Opal. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I misheard you and you were calling on somebody else.
I corrected myself. Yeah.
No worries. Ms. Ramsey, thank you. I'm going to try to restate what I think you wrote and said and just make sure that I understand it
Great.
correctly. So if I understand it, essentially for purposes of determining the appropriation to travel and tourism, we're using rooms and meals collections and essentially saying, and I can't remember whether it's before or after the administrative costs, but essentially we're saying whatever rooms and meals collects before it distributes anything to the Education Trust Fund or the cities and towns. Someone is shaking their head.
I want to let you finish, and then I'll tell you.
So, maybe Education Trust Fund does come out of it. Okay. So we decide what rooms and meals is going to produce. And I think our HR 17 says 348 and change for fiscal 26. So we calculate how much that is, take out the Education Trust Fund distribution, maybe take out the administrative costs.
Not physically. We don't physically remove them. It's not a distribution,
Right,
but we
Right. We're just
account for those
on paper.
off the top.
on paper. Here's what rooms and meals collected
Right.
minus administrative costs, minus education trust fund distribution, and then that number becomes the what we multiply the 3.15, and that determines what goes out of the general fund into travel and tourism. Is that,
Yes.
am I
and
close?
You're yes, and label that net income because that's what the statute calls it. So yes, the ETF is the vehicle rental, and that gets pulled out first and goes to the ETF, and then reducing what's left, which I think of as old M&R before there was vehicle rental. We take old M&R, we look at taking the administrative costs away from that. That gets you to net income. And then there are two distributions out of net income. One is school building aid. The other is the muni fund, right? Travel and tourism is nowhere in the distribution statute at all anymore.
Right. So travel and follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, follow up.
So whatever money travel and tourism gets comes from the general fund. It does not come directly from rooms and meals or meals and rooms. And if I could have one more follow up.
Sure.
And you may not be comfortable saying this, but as I went through this, trying to track the history and all of this, one of the things that came to me, and I'm wondering about your opinion on this, is that we might want to take a look, this committee might want to take a look, perhaps next term, at going through the RSAs and sort of cleaning up what's in there on rooms and meals and rentals and et cetera, because it's kind of all over the place.
If New Hampshire had a statutory revision committee, I would nominate this statute.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Almy.
Yes, I just want to suggest that one or two of us ought to take on that task because it really is confusing, extremely confusing, particularly when it says things like on rentals twice in a section. And the first time rentals means occupancy, and the second time the rentals means cars. And there is no link through to the place where that actually occurs.
Right. Did you just volunteer?
I've done a lot of cleaning up of other statutes. I would be willing to volunteer. I'd love to have someone else help.
Sounds good. Other comments or thoughts, concerns on SB 63? Are we clear? Anyone not clear on what it's doing? Either no one's clear or everyone's clear, one or the other. Okay. Okay, good. All right.
We do not need any confirmation from Chris Shea, who volunteered to come and do that.
Does anyone have questions of Chris Shea? Well, why don't we just bring Chris up and
Well, he just wanted to be here. Enjoys our company.
Good morning. For the record, Chris Shea from the LBA. I don't have much to add other than what Jennifer just presented to you. I mean, she hit it spot on. So,
that's good. It's good to have Representative Ullery.
Following the non-germane discussion that we had regarding meals and rooms itself, do you could you work with administrative services and provide the committee with a list of areas, topic areas that need to be addressed, and what would be the bureaucratic approach as for the best possible means so that we could look at it?
for the subcommittee that you just formed a few moments ago.
Yeah, for the subcommittee that was just formed.
Yeah, I could work with DRA on that.
I would appreciate that.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only confusion is the amount of money that goes to the municipalities. Is it the 30% or is it what is dictated out of trailer budget HB2?
So in statute, it's 30% of the M&R revenue once the calculation removes the administrative cost and the transfer to education trust fund. You take last year's revenue and you apply that. The question you're asking is, in House Bill 2, the House suspended that provision and has provided a flat appropriation for the municipal distribution of $137 million in fiscal year 26 and $137 million in fiscal year 27. So they've suspended the 30% and given a flat appropriation or straight appropriation versus using the formula that's been established in law.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And that percentage is closer to what now?
Well, you had projected in fiscal year 26, you would transfer $139 million, so it's slightly less than 30%. And in fiscal year 27, you had projected you would transfer $143 million, so still less than.
Follow up. So in your, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So in your opinion, it's maybe closer to 18, 19% that's going to the
I didn't
municipalities?
calculate it. I didn't calculate it.
That low. I don't, it can't possibly be that low because you,
28%, give or take.
yeah, it's probably closer to 28%.
2% is
And-
shortage.
And again, that's just what the House proposed and what it passed over to the Senate. So we don't know if the Senate will keep that same language or if something will change.
Right. Roseanne, Almy, did you have a question?
Just a comment on this subcommittee is going to be dealing only with rooms and meals,
Yes.
not with the entire tax law.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's about a 4-year project. It would
Yeah.
be 77.
Anybody have anything else? We still have about. Okay, I guess. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. If no one else has any other comments, this work session was scheduled for 45 minutes, but I think a lot of questions got resolved in the intervening time prior to this meeting. So if there's nothing else, then we will come back at 10:45 for our exec sessions.
15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
use the schools.
The time being 10:48. I'm going to open the executive session on SB 60. And I'm going to recognize Representative Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass on SB 60 FN relative to advanced deposit account wagering.
Do I have a second? Second from Representative Almy. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Murphy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This bill allows advanced deposit wagering on parimutuel betting on horse racing, which currently already takes place in New Hampshire, but is not currently subject to regulation in this state. The Lottery Commission states this bill establishes a revenue sharing arrangement where licensed advanced deposit wagering will pay the state 1.25% of handle on advanced deposit wagers from New Hampshire residents. And this is worth about $250,000 to the state in additional lottery revenues just in the first year alone.
Any comments, thoughts? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is ought to pass on Senate Bill 60 FN relative to advanced deposit wagering. Representative Ulrey,
Aye.
clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tierney,
Yes.
Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Breyer,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Almy,
Yes.
Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Schaumburg,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith is not here. Representative Opal,
Aye.
Representative Spar,
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
I count 19-0.
Okay, the vote being 19-0, the motion of OTP passes, but it cannot go on consent because it's got a financial note, fiscal note. I'll now close the exec session on SB 60. You ready? Okay. I'll now open the executive session on SB 63 and recognize Representative Cole for a motion.
Make a motion of ought to pass.
Do I have a second? Second by Representative Schaumburg. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think the simple way to say this restores the calculation to correctly funding the budget for travel and tourism.
Okay. Other comments, concerns, questions? Representative Ors? Your light is on. Okay. Yes, Representative Almy.
Yeah, I think the report should say this money is a allocation, an appropriation from in the budget,
I will do that.
or it should be from the budget, because we killed this in the budget.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is ought to pass on Senate Bill 63 relative to funding for the Division of Travel and Tourism. Representative Ulrey,
Aye.
clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tierney,
Yes.
Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Breyer,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Almy,
Yes.
Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Schomburg,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith is not here, Representative Opel,
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
I count 19-0.
Vote being 19-0, the motion of OTP passes. And again, this will not go on consent because it has a fiscal note. And I'll close the exec session on SB 63. Next, I will open the executive session on SB 73 and recognize Representative Bolton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend ought to pass on Senate Bill 73 FN.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Ulrich. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, briefly, this bill revises the definition and operational rules of carry-over coverall bingo games and increases the amount of prizes that may be awarded on a single game date.
Okay, you need to make a, yeah. You want to make a motion on an amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to amend the bill by offering 2025-1470H, and that will amend SB 73 to increase the total amount of prizes to $5,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
On the amendment, second by Representative Old. Okay, would you, well, I guess you just spoke to it unless you have further thoughts
good.
on it. Okay, he's good. Right.
I have a comment.
Anyone have, yeah, comment on the amendment?
I think it is time to raise the amount, so I think 5,000 was a good compromise.
Thank you. Representative Opel.
I did have the chance, Mr. Chair, to calculate what $4,000 in 2008 would translate to today, and it was 6,000 plus. So I think 5,000 is, you know, a very reasonable compromise.
Agreed. Seeing no more comments, we will take a vote on the amendment, and I'll recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 73FN relative to the operation of bingo games as amended by amendment number 2025-1470H. Representative Ulrich.
Yes,
Did we vote on the amendment itself?
that's what we're doing right now.
Okay, I thought this was the amended bill. Sorry.
Yeah, so we are voting on the amendment only.
Do we want to do a hand vote on the amendment or go right to the bill?
We
Right,
we could do a,
show of hands on the amendment.
we could do a hand vote on the amendment. All in favor? Okay, unanimous?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the unanimous vote on Amendment 2025-1470H, we are now voting ought to pass on Senate Bill 73 as amended. Representative Ulrich.
Aye.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Smith, Stephen.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Jeffrey Smith is not here. Representative Opel.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
19-0 OTPA.
Okay, vote being 19-0, the OTPA motion passes. And again, this will not go on consent because it's got a fiscal note. I will now close the exec session on SB 73. I'll now open the executive session on SB 147 and recognize Representative Breyer.
I'll make a motion to ITL.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay. Representative Southworth seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, so during the testimony, we heard that basically this would permit live racing facilities that are now in steady decline and are likely to continue to decline as tracks close nationwide. So that's why we're recommending ITL, because we feel that the market's going to get smaller.
Thank you. Any other comments, thoughts? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion on the floor is ITL on Senate Bill 147 FN relative to licenses to set up parimutuel polls on simulcast horse races. Representative Ulrich.
Aye.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith is absent. Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
19-0. 19-1. 19-0.
19-0. The vote being 19-0, the motion of ITL passes, and this will go on consent. And I'll close the executive session for SB 147. Boy, we're in such agreement today. Moving along fast, too. Okay. Next, I'll open the executive session on SB 160 and recognize Representative Cole for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion of ought to pass.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Representative Schamberg. Yeah, would you like to speak to your motion?
This bill pertains exclusively to bingo gaming operations in New Hampshire. It updates the maximum price at which raffle tickets may be sold from $1, which was set at $19.85, to $10 per ticket. It also increases the maximum allowable prize from $500 to $1,200.
Any other comments? I think we're all in agreement again. All right, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The vote is ought to pass on Senate Bill 160 FN relative to the administration of raffles. Representative Ulrich.
Aye.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Jeffrey Smith is absent. Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
19-0.
The vote being 19-0, the OTP motion passes, and this will also not go on consent because it has a fiscal note, and I'll close the executive session on SB 160. That's got to be the most efficient 5-bill vote we've ever done.
It's amazing, Chair.
We basically have a 2-hour lunch now. Does anyone have anything they need to bring up before we restart? So, Representative Cole?
Just that Paul Smith snagged me out in the room on the hallway coming in here. Just want to make sure that everyone had the reports in by tonight.
Yes, I would like all the reports in by tonight, by midnight, so at least I'll have them first thing in the morning. Any issues with that? Anyone not going to be able to get that done? Okay, seeing none. That's it. Anyone else have any other questions? At this point, we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. For our work session on SB
A question,
83.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The work session, you say will start at 1, but could it, Madam
No.
Ranking Member, it can't start early even though the times after 10:45 does not identify any other time?
No.
No?
When this,
It's a public meeting.
it's a public meeting, so we have to, it's been noticed. I don't think there's any way we can change that.
I was just trying to go,
I would love, believe me, I would love to start now, but we were much more efficient than we thought a week ago. So,
This is not our. It doesn't have a time.
doesn't have a time. That's not the official. So the one you're looking at now is not the official calendar. Okay. Jen, you're all set? Okay. Jen has a handout that we did. I asked for a side-by-side comparison of the VLT portion of SB 2 to SB 83 that we'll have the work session on this afternoon. She's got a handout. So that'd be great if we can get that now. So now the other thing this does is it gives all of us a chance, if you haven't already, look at the side-by-side comparisons before we reconvene at 1 o'clock. So we can talk more intelligently about it. Yeah. Yes.
Because this is the way it came to us, really, three bills mixed together, we don't have the opportunity to split it somehow. Because this is really three, our SB 83 is really three things mixed together. I know sometimes they can be divided, but I didn't know if it was all or nothing, or if we could discuss, yes, we like this one, no, we don't.
We don't have the ability in the
Right, that
committee
would be on
to
the
split.
floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have the ability to just bring amendments.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? Representative Opal?
I do have a question on one specific portion of this bill, but I know it's late in the day, but I'm not sure anybody but the AG's office could answer. It's a legal question.
Well, it's a work session. I don't plan on a vote on this today.
Okay.
Because my sense is whatever we discuss and figure out, there's going to be amendments, which we don't have right now. So it'll give us time to either follow up with another work session if we feel that makes sense, or an executive session where we bring forth amendments.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm we're not execing this today.
No, definitely not.
All right. Great. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
If nobody has anything else, then we will break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah. For,
Can you read?
for the people that are listening online.
Yes. We're opening the committee work session on SB 83 FN, and thank you for reminding me. I think we'll begin with the ranking member. You had some comments that you wanted to make on this.
I
And
did. Well, I am wondering, this is just the first thing that came to my mind, but how high stakes apply to a video lottery terminal, except that there is something later on in there about how there shall be no limit on betting on a video lottery terminal.
is the lottery commissioner available to discuss terminology?
Good afternoon, Charlie McIntyre, Law Director. Can you repeat the question again, Representative Lamy? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we've got some material that is for the things that are not the video lottery terminal, but which includes under wagers notwithstanding any other provision of law, no maximum wager shall apply to any game of chance conducted under this chapter, or any historic horse racing or table games, historic and VLT. And there's something in there about prizes for these. Regarding high stakes tournaments, this section does have a reference to VLTs among other game types. And when I went to VLTs, I saw something that said that no lottery terminal shall have a cap on how much is bet in it.
Can you point to where that is? I'm sorry.
Well, you may not have the same things we've got.
Yeah.
Section 66.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying to find,
Oh, I do have it. You gave it.
sorry.
Okay. All right.
Oh, it's in 287J5, operation of video lottery terminals. Roman 2, there shall be no bet limit imposed on VLTs.
Okay. If that's what it says, I understand the existing law is $50 is the maximum wager. So
Yeah. So this would be the section that goes with for high stakes tournaments, there's a reference to VLTs. In regard to no maximum wager, also in section 65, that is added in. That no game of chance shall have a maximum wager, including historic horse racing, table games, and VLT wagers.
What is your question in regard to that? I may have missed.
I was trying to figure out what that meant, and in terms of VLTs, and I guess it's that even if 5 people end up playing at that particular machine, it wouldn't trigger something. But if one person was playing the whole time and got to $1 million worth of bets, nothing would get triggered.
you're talking 65 or 66 in terms of the.
Well, 65 is where he put on no maximum wager shall apply to any game of chance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like they're different. I mean, if you're looking for confirmation, I hadn't examined that yet, or that point.
Do you have any thoughts about allowing a slot machine to accept $1 million worth of bets from one guy in the same day.
I think that would be remarkably difficult just physically, but because there's no credit allowed, so we'd have to actually bring it to the window in a bag and
That's
then get a
true.
line of credit off of that. So I don't think it would be a very common event, and certainly it's your decision what to do is the bet limit amount.
Representative Ulrich.
Yeah, that, would it be more clear if we put cumulative, no cumulative limit as opposed to a maximum bet? Because a maximum bet, if I could walk in with $10,000, which would not be unheard of in a casino, suitcase, drop it off, get my tokens, and then play all the tokens at that machine. Those are paid. Everything's paid for. You know, whether it's table stakes or a table game or a video lottery machine. So that's the maximum bet, is the amount of money I have. It's the language doesn't seem to be clear. What is a maximum bet? What is a cumulative bet? Is a cumulative bet included in this language?
No, we would view each individual event as a single bet. Like, for example, if you were at a blackjack table and you were playing 5 hands, which is not common but happens, you would be able to put $50 on each wagered amount, because each individual deal of a card for each hand would be an individual bet.
So your cumulative could actually be higher.
It would almost invariably be higher.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I'm not going to draw the analogy, but in sports betting, you can wager $10,000 in a given day and only lose 300. And so the cumulative would be, and not dissimilar from historic horse racing or VLTs. If you win, you lose, you win, you lose, you win, you lose. Your cumulative wagered amount could be hundreds and hundreds of dollars, yet you might have only lost 25 or 50.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because the payout's 90%. So every $100, you're getting payout back of 90.
So technically, you don't really need to say cumulative because each bet is a bet.
Correct. Each individual. And moreover, particularly in table games, there'd be no way to track it. We don't track each individual wager at every table game because it's like poker, for example. It goes back and forth and back and forth.
Right. Let me get some. Did you have a follow-up to that, or?
Yeah.
Okay, follow.
Then do we need to put in definitions someplace what it means to say maximum wager? Or is that jargon? And if it's jargon, do we need to have the definition of jargon established?
I mean, certainly the language in SB 83, VLT shall next to the wager next to $50, to me was pretty clear in terms of VLTs.
Representative Elberger. No, I'm so. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure this is for you,
Okay.
but I am trying to understand why we have this 4-bill. There are 4 pieces in this bill, each of which, in my mind, should be a separate bill. We have the tax exemption, the video lottery terminals, the renaming, and a self-exclusion database. Does anybody understand why we've got them all in one? Because I'm not excited about voting on this bill when it's 4 bills.
Okay. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just second Representative Elberger's comments, but I did want to ask the director, as I understand it, this bill would, instead of having traditionally lottery and gaming money has gone to the Education Trust Fund, this bill would divert. It has no provision to send any of the proceeds, as far as I can tell, to the Education Trust Fund. Instead, it would send it A, to the general fund, and B, to this exemption that that Representative Elberger mentioned. Is my understanding correct, Director?
So historically, the lottery prior to 2015, 100% of our revenues went to Education Trust Fund. Subsequent to that, we absorbed charitable gambling. and charitable gambling monies had always been split in multiple ways, most notably to charities. And so that revenue stream went there, and it wasn't an education trust fund. So it wasn't diverted. It was just a new function we absorbed as regulators. And so that's how we viewed this here in terms of, it wasn't a diversion. It was another revenue stream that we've adopted since we absorb racing, and it's a new function under charitable gambling, not a traditional lottery.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. But when New Hampshire became the first state to adopt a lottery in 1963, it was specifically posed to the public with a constitutional amendment as money going to education.
Yes, in 1963-64, correct. It was education.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Ulrich?
There's a difference between lottery and gaming. Is that correct?
But that's the distinction we draw, certainly, because like I said, charities have been getting revenue from us for years, and that's money that is from the sale of lottery type products or things we regulate. So I certainly draw the distinction.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. But after the charity money went, where did the rest of that money go?
I mean, obviously, it gets split between the operators and the state.
Yeah, and the state is what?
Well, there's no sort of home for it, so it goes to our profit, which goes to Education Trust Fund, correct?
It does go to the Education Trust Fund.
Yes. Well, the charitable gaming revenue does, yes, correct.
Yes. Yes, that's what I was thinking. And there was no reason for that whole setup without giving money to charities. That's
predates,
what sold it in the first
that
place.
predates my time here, so, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yes, Representative Opal?
Just to respond to Representative Hillary, we may understand that distinction here because we're discussing it. I'm not sure the citizenry of the state fully appreciates that. I think to them it's a distinction without a real difference.
Representative Almy?
And my contention is that since the money that was left over after sending money to charities, the way after municipalities get money out of the rooms and meals money, that all of the residual money goes to the Education Trust Fund, that is considered to be where extra money from gambling should go.
So
But that's something I think the court would have to answer.
certainly we just raise the money, and certainly I'm ex-law enforcement, so I have a certain soft spot in my heart for police and supporting their efforts, and because some of them are like my brothers. So, but the decision regarding where money gets spent is you folks. We just make it.
Okay, any other questions for Director McIntyre at this time? Okay.
And I'll stay if you have questions later on.
Yeah, definitely. If you could
Okay.
stay, that would be great.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, you have a question? Representative Ulrich?
yeah, just the question that was raised earlier about the several different things. In your experience within your department, receiving bills from the Senate, is it uncommon for them to have a whole bunch of stuff? I almost used a bad word. In one bill?
No, I mean, I don't think it's not uncommon. I don't answer like a lawyer, but it's not it's happened. Yes.
Yeah.
And then the renaming change was us just because it was happening. And so it struck me as a germane add-on. That was our idea. But if you folks are comfortable with it, it's fine.
Representative Ohm?
Yeah, follow up on the betting limits. I believe in other jurisdictions like Massachusetts, they have quite high betting limits. Can you comment on the betting limits in the region?
Certainly. Three of the facilities in New England have what are called high rollers rooms, where individuals are given significant benefits and just perks to bet significant amounts of money. And like there will be slot machines that win, I think, that have $100 minimum bet, with you have to bet $100 per wheel turn, or you're playing baccarat where it's significant thousands of dollars a hand. And those patrons are courted by the VIP folks at those facilities, Foxwoods, Mohegan Sun, and Encore in Boston. The difficulty with those is individuals who have that level of financial resources can actually financially hurt or cripple a facility. They've been known to do that. They're about, well, in the U.S., there are probably 50 whales, they're called, and they'll wire ahead $2 or $3 or $4 million to wager. And sometimes they'll be up $2 or $3 or $4 million and then leave, which the casino, has a bad quarter that year. So that's not the kind of thing, obviously, we're looking to do. It's similar to in our sports betting world. I have approval over all wagers over a certain dollar value, and I'll do a risk assessment each wager for that reason, because we're taking the state's money, or we're hopefully not giving away too much of it. Follow up.
Yes. So could you comment on the limits that you would be acting on for inspection as being appropriate? And could you comment on the limits that are currently being offered by the other local casinos, such as in Massachusetts?
Certainly for New Hampshire, I can speak to it's the $50 wager, but it varies by night. On a Wednesday night, the table minimums will be at their lowest, or a Tuesday night, whereas on a Saturday they'll be higher, only because there's more folks and they tend to bring more money on a weekend than a weekday. And so there's a cost. Running a table game is actually quite expensive because of all the staffing, surveillance, all the things we make you do. And so there's almost a minimum play that has to happen before it's financially feasible to happen. Did that answer your question, or probably, I think I went around it.
Yes. So I know it's you can find black chip $100 tables, $500 tables.
Yeah.
I don't know what the limits are regionally for these kind of table games. Do you know that offhand?
I don't off the top of my head. No, it's been a while since I've been into a casino, at least in New England.
So then in your discretion to set maximum limits, if we said we have no limits on betting in New Hampshire under proposed new law, what do you think such limits would be, and where do you think you might need to intervene?
I mean, certainly if you're $100 or a $200 or $500 a hand player, you're looking for perks. And so there are only maybe 2 facilities in New Hampshire now that can handle that kind of action. Just in terms of, like I said, the financial swings are significant. And so they're not, the operators that exist in the state are very cognizant of risk management. And so they don't want to go out too far over their skis for that reason. Like even, for example, sports betting, they're very risk intolerant of large wagers for that reason.
So if let's say we passed a bill with no betting limits.
Yeah.
The operator themselves, this doesn't stop the operator from putting a limit in.
Correct. Yeah, and that's certainly what would happen, Mr. Chairman, to your point, is it would just be a business decision on behalf of the operator.
Okay. So in some ways, the no betting limit allows, if you're a small operator, you've got a much lower limit. If you're a really big operator, a larger limit.
Yeah.
A standard limit of, say, $50 doesn't really apply equally.
No, it does
the
not.
operator.
No. And to that point, some of the larger operators would have certain like VIP nights where they would offer larger wagering prizes and the like that the smaller rooms couldn't.
Yeah. Okay. Did I see someone else's hand up? Representative Orrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So because I'm totally ignorant to the gambling, I don't gamble. What is a minimum play?
It depends. So the operator will have tables and will have on a card on the table sort of what a minimum bet is, and that would dictate what a minimum bet is. It's gone up in the state over a number of steps. I think it started at $2. It's now at $50. And so it's what the operator on that night feels comfortable offering to the playing public to draw in a crowd and not be so high as to have the person, have 2 bets and then leave.
Very good. Thank you.
It's a bit, yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking one thing we might want to do. HB2 is already passed or past the House at the current time. It may make sense, unless somebody thinks otherwise here, to go through this side by side, subject by subject, to at least see, what we think. At least compare the two. Now that doesn't mean, we're going to end up with one or the other here. There could be a third option, but at least to kind of maybe gain more knowledge about this, and going through this step by step might make sense. So if that's the case, then is anyone opposed to that or have a different idea of how to approach this? Okay.
I agree.
All right. So then let's maybe Director McIntyre, maybe you just stay there if you don't mind, because questions are going to keep coming up. So let's go to. We all should have the handout that Jen passed out. So if we look at the side by side, page 1.
That's the one with one down the front.
Yeah, you're catching on. So if we look at this, it looks to me like the main difference is down below, highlighted, wide area progressive link. So this is the whole concept of wide area progressive link, where I'm not an expert on this, but from what I understand, it allows the betting to encompass more than just the one area you're at and pull in a larger pool.
Exactly right. It would be the same logic as Powerball, sort of shared liquidity. More machines, more people allow for larger prizes. And larger prizes equal a more attractive product.
Representative Almy.
Yeah, we had a bill like this quite a long time ago. I can't remember if this has ever been in law, but the idea was that people in Berlin would be able to compete with people in Manchester.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's a functional issue on our side, managing that, because it's going to be across multiple operators. And so managing it's going to be a little tricky. So, but we can work on that in rulemaking and certainly require the operators or the VLT manufacturers to report to us in a given way that makes sense.
So you think it's possible to?
Yes, I think it's possible. I mean, anything's possible. One of the best parts about technology is it's user friendly most of the time.
I can't remember why it didn't pass before. It might be that they were just saying, we don't know how to do this.
Exactly.
And Berlin didn't have I don't know if Berlin yet has high speed internet. It does. Parts of it, yeah.
Yeah, and the difficulty is obviously the rooms all have to agree and coordinate IT, which is a difficult thing, as you could imagine. Yeah. Back when they were all very separated, now they're a little more cohesive. It's more of a possibility than I don't think they have plans right now to do it.
Yeah, so in some ways, it may be limited by the ability of a particular operator to be part of that.
And the room itself and sort of the IT infrastructure in order for them to all feel safe regarding the sort of the jurisdictional risk of each operator.
Right.
You know.
Okay. Representative Buehler.
You said you would manage that. Now, if I don't understand why an enforcement agency, a licensing agency, would manage the operation of a betting operation.
I'm sorry, I may have used the wrong word. It's more the accounting for the wagering in the back office, because you're talking, it's a bet across multiple operators and multiple manufacturers likely. And so it just requires some work on the back end to make sure we knew which every dollar was accounted for with each manufacturer, with each room.
Follow up?
So that would be more a supervisory role.
Yeah, it's regulatory.
And to make sure that the IT is compatible across various spectrums.
Correct. And this is done in many jurisdictions now and well. And so I don't say we can't do it. It just poses an issue. That's all.
Thank you.
Before I go to Representative Almy, Representative Schamberg, you look like you want to press the button and ask something. Okay.
No, I won't hold off, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Director or Commissioner, which one do you want? Executive Director, okay. Does the progressive jack pool, all right, does it add more tax revenue to the state?
It increases play, and so that respect it does. Yes, it increases the revenue to the state.
Representative Almy.
Yes, I think the main advantage to the players in this is that people in Berlin or people in southwestern Keene area can compete on an even level with everyone else in the state. But should we be doing this before we've achieved universal access? I know in Grafton we voted in on covering our entire county several years ago, and I think they're still working on it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, Representative Almy, I have 1,500 retailers across the state and 3 communications methods. So it doesn't just require internet. I have satellite and cellular technology. I have a satellite on an outhouse in Berlin, and it works. So comms is not that difficult, particularly we're talking so few locations.
Okay. Anything else on the wide area progressive link topic on page 1? Okay, so let's go to page 2.
Yeah,
Slide.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I do have a question
Yes.
on page 2.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the SB 83 side, and I guess I've never played a slot machine, so I have no idea. What is free play?
Free play is a bonus or an incentive or it's a giveaway. It's an offer to play to incentivize a person to play the machines themselves. And it's traditionally across the country not counted as against the revenues of the operator towards the state and its share of revenue. And we haggle over that number. Like, for example, our relationship with DraftKings, we have an offset for free bets or free offerings, or 15% is the maximum they're allowed to do. In this case, it's 12.5%. And candidly, we would promulgate rules to normalize that number, only so that charities don't get hosed or benefit by free bets. Like, for example, if it was like giveaway Saturday and a charity was counting revenue Saturday, we wouldn't want a load of free bets to happen on a Saturday because they would lose the money. They're going to have to normalize that over the course of the year, and we're going to have to account for it monthly. But that, once again, that's things we can fix in rulemaking, and I don't think the operators are opposed to it. But that's right, free betting, in 30 seconds or less.
And follow up? And are you comfortable with 12.5?
Yeah, certainly. Wouldn't want to go higher than that, but 12.5 is fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Almy?
Yeah, I have played slot machines once. We came to Las Vegas on our way to California, and there was a bag of nickels on the drawers, and took us about 4 hours to get rid of the nickels. but this, as I understand it, this is frequently given away to high rollers.
Sure.
To get them to play more.
Yeah, and I find its most common usage in terms of aggregate is signing up for a players club. Like, they'll often give a bag, a hat, a t-shirt, and $100 in free play to sign up for a players club because they view that as an acquisition cost of the facility to grab customer database. And we stopped using coins a long time ago because the weight of the coins broke several buildings.
Yeah.
It's because in the stacked coins are very, very heavy. And so
Well,
many
and
of
the
the building was
one-hand
actually broken.
Bandits were kind of difficult. Your arms started to get tired.
Implementation on wedding.
That's, yeah, that's the only thing on page 2. So let's go to page 3. I think there's nothing on page 3. Okay, sure.
Which has been in here for quite a long time.
Okay.
It's in 287J2 enforcement. Commission with the assistance of the Attorney General and the Chief of Police of any city or town where licensed facilities are located. That made sense to me back when we were a traveling circus. Instead of buildings that you gambled in. And are the chiefs of police actually taking some responsibility for the enforcement inside of these places?
I can only speak to rooms I've been in recently. There's an active police presence in there almost around the clock now. Many of these facilities, particularly the larger ones, like I was in Nashua at the Nash 2 weeks ago. And I had a long conversation with one of the police officers in the parking lot. And they're a regular police presence through Nashua that the Nash is paying for, not the city. The Nash is paying for a police presence. But just like normal detail work, they work for the town or the city, not the facility itself. And so I can tell you that larger rooms for sure, the police departments. And I recall this language from before, Representative Almy, like you. I think it was meant to make sure that the cities and towns knew they had an active role if they wanted to, whether it be the parking lots, whether it be inside the buildings itself. And that it wasn't just us at the buildings or the AGs, it was the police as well.
So it's understood that it's optional and it's understood that there's likely to be payment if you.
Correct. And there's usually a trepidation early on in every jurisdiction I've been at just because of the nature of it. Gambling has a reputation from a long time ago that is not warranted currently.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Sure, Representative Chamberlain.
Let's blame this on Representative Opal, okay? On free play, are you told in advance when that free play will be as a commission, or is that something they decide when they see how much revenue they're generating from that free play and say, we take that free play, give it to them today so we don't have to send that revenue to the state?
It has been monthly, we get a report for their free play. Well, actually, I mean, we could pull it down daily, but monthly we get a report regarding the amount of free play that's handed out on the machines currently.
Follow up? Or unless Representative Ulrey has an answer to that one.
No, just go ahead.
So does the revenue, you say once a month, how much does free play affect the overall revenue that you might get to the state?
It's slightly up. I mean, realize that the facilities themselves are not interested in handing out free play at will because, right now they're getting 75% of the money. So every dollar they hand out, 75 cents comes out of their pocket. And only, and so it's not exactly like it's a large problem or not a problem at all. It's just it's to account for, and it's to make sure that they have the ability, like I said, to sign up people to a club, but not, hand it out.
Representative Ulrey.
Thinking about this free play, and thank my colleagues for bringing it up, but free play is actually advertising dollars.
Exactly right. It's marketing. Correct. Yes, Representative.
And you hear it on buy $100 worth of tickets, get an extra or I think DraftKings is offering $50 free play or free money.
Yeah. I mean,
it's advertising money.
Yeah. I can suggest to you, Representative Ulrey, on our internet platform, we have a free play tracker of what percentage of wagering is free from the New Hampshire Lottery on our website, on our iLottery platform, and we range between 8 and 9%.
It's an overhead.
Exactly right. It's an expense. Yeah.
Next topic. Okay, page 4. See a couple of highlighted. Okay, yeah, this is kind of an obvious question. So on HB2 and uses the word shall in the license application process here, and SB 83 uses must. I mean, what is the difference between shall and must in this context? Or is there one?
I don't believe there is.
Okay.
I think shall and must are essentially the same for
They
the
seem
purposes.
like they're both like absolute.
Yeah, it's a, you shall,
Yeah.
it's a definitive.
Yeah. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, in HB2, and I recognize we're talking about SB 83, the work session is on that, but in HB2, in the eligible operators section, in paragraph Roman numeral 2, there is the line that does not exist in SB 83. It says an entity found suitable for gaming by the commission as of the effective date of this chapter shall satisfy paragraph 1 in RSA 284:22B. And I'm not sure how that interacts with paragraph 1 about, which seems to say you already have to have a license in order to put the video terminals in. You already have to have a license for historic horse racing.
Or eligible to be, eligible to be. That's paragraph 1.
Or eligible. Okay. So why is that sentence not in, what effect does that have on you?
I think it's a duplicative clause, only because the same language is contained in paragraph above it in paragraph 1. Under RSA 284:22B, it still says, so shall describe paragraph 1 in RSA 222B. So I think it's duplicative.
Okay. So the lack of the language in SB 83 doesn't give you any heartburn.
Does not, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, I have a question on the clause that talks about a license shall not be permitted to be transferred or sold. That was in the original HR
Tell
licensing.
us, if you would, when people refer to things, please tell us what page you're on and what Roman numeral.
Yes, page 4, section middle of the page, 284-J4, eligible operators.
Okay.
The shall versus must debate as a follow-up question.
Okay.
And the question I have is that this language was in the HHR legislation
Yes,
that then allowed these smaller mom and pop operators to be bought out.
correct.
So my question is, I'm not sure this clause has any effect at all if the operator can be bought out. Is there some threshold by which an investment can be made and not violate this clause of not being permitted to be transferred or sold?
So one of the benefits to this clause is that, for example, if you had an operator which was committing malfeasance, if this clause didn't exist, the license itself would be essentially like a cab hackney license, and then they could sell the asset and sort of detoxify itself. Whereas now it can't. Now all transfers have to be similar to like a landfill. If you buy the landfill, you buy all the problems the landfill has and all the issues regarding cleanup. You don't get to just I have a license for a landfill, I'm moving it down the street, and that problem there is not my problem. And so that is a protection in there that I believe is a good idea, only because if these facilities, and it happens every so often, obviously, one of the operators gets in trouble, we've had several, that license becomes an asset value that you can now distance yourself. You can just sell the asset, bankrupt the company, and not be held liable for whatever you had done.
Follow up?
Yeah, so having grown up in Chicago, sometimes you are encouraged to bring on partners. Yes, sometimes strongly encouraged. Do we have any protection on people bringing on partners that may not require any vetting? Or is there some limit of investment that should trigger a review of the suitability of the new investors?
If I recall correctly, anything above 10% is a mandatory review, but anything below that, we have the ability to review. We have permissive review, and we have done that. And there have been no remarkable partners we have found.
Representative Almy.
Yes, I'm not sure this, you haven't already answered this and I didn't understand, but what does it mean to be eligible for licensure to sell parimutuel pools or historic horse racing, but not yet licensed?
So I'll give you an example. Candidly, based on the welter of litigation I'm involved in right now, I'm hesitant to answer fully, candidly. But I'll give you for instance. So the facility in Salem right now called Chasers has been licensed for charitable gambling for a very long time and was eligible as of the date of this passage of this law and still maintains its eligibility. So that's what by way of example, that's what I mean.
So, but
follow-up?
eligible, sorry, they're doing what now then? If
So they're
it's
just
not-
doing charitable table games, and can obviously episodes of malfeasance would have caused issues with their license, perhaps to suspend, revoke, etc. But I use that as an example.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I think you've answered this question in previous appearances, but can you remind me what percentage currently of operators are out of state? Are the big guys?
So the operators that are existing now, 100% of them are majority owned by folks out of state. Sorry, just going through my head right now. The only one that would not be potentially.
I won't hold you to an exact number.
No, of course, yeah. It's either all but one or all. I forget the ownership structure of the facility in Hampton Beach, one of the Hampton Beach called Aces and Eights. I don't know the majority. I do know it's owned significantly by the state, but the rest are majority owned by the state interests.
Follow up.
Ultimately, they're a New Hampshire company still, but their ownership is out of state.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of any operators who might be eligible who would be locally based?
Well, obviously, the new facility proposed in Salem is owned by Mr. Farrow, amongst others, and he's based out of Salem, Nashua, New Hampshire. So, and then the ongoing issues with the facility down the street is still ongoing, and so I don't want to comment on that. Like I said,
Sure.
But by and large, no. The moratorium exists. No more new facilities can come online based on the date that is passed. So, no. And honestly, it has been of some benefit to have large national operators because they professionalized it. I think I've said this before in this committee. They've professionalized it in a way that was not done before.
Yeah, I think you've testified that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Shamburg.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In under eligible operators, if someone applies now
Mhm.
to become an operator and a license is issued to them, can they set up in a restaurant somewhere or places like that now with this bill?
So the only license they would be able to get, well, there's a few licenses, but they would not be eligible for either HHR or VLT because of the moratorium. All they would be able to offer is games of chance, which would depend on a number of factors, but it's unlikely that you would file just for that because running the games of chance is actually the most expensive part of what we do.
Okay. So I don't have to worry about 700 of these showing up somewhere in the state.
No. With
Thank you.
certainty approaching death and taxes, no.
All right. So further down on page 4, we've got highlighted existing in HB2, an entity found suitable for gaming by the commission as of the effective date of this chapter shall satisfy paragraph 1 and RSA 284-22B.
He
Do
said he
you
thought it was
offhand know what that is,
duplicative.
or?
I don't.
Okay.
That's the one you said was.
Yeah, I think it's the one that's duplicative of the same section above it. The language
we
looks
could
very
look it up.
similar. It's just exchanging applicant for entity, of which they would be the same thing for us.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it possible that that language circumvents the moratorium?
Not that I'm aware of, certainly. But my sense would be is it may have been inserted here just so that the existing operators would not have to go through the application process again, because that is quite expensive. Because we do a very deep dive on every aspect of every aspect of their existence. And so it may have been put in just to make sure that they didn't have to go through the process again that they went through 2 years ago.
Okay, but I wonder about that language. An entity found suitable for gaming by the commission as of the effective date of this chapter, which would be, I think, July of this year.
Yes. If you want, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I have a crack legal team, believe it or not, on my payroll. I can have them take a look at it and see if there's any issues related to it and get back to you within this week, if that's okay.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Yep. Because certainly the difference in the language, I don't recall why that is, and I haven't seen them side by side like this.
Okay.
Maybe I'm too suspicious.
Representative Almy, did you have something, or your light is on? Okay. All right, then let's move on to page 5, if there's nothing else on page 4. Yeah, it's continuation from page 4. Well, floor space allocated to VLT shall represent no more than 70% of the facility's total gaming space. I mean, to me, that's just a number thrown out. What's the basis of that, if you know?
So it's there as a protection for the charities. And
Okay.
it's in rule already now. It's
Okay.
in rule. There are 2 provisions in rule that were very hard negotiated over during the HHR process. One is that 70% maximum could be for machines, 30% for table games. And the second is that the operator can derive no more than 6.3 times table revenue versus machine revenue. And the reason is that, as you folks may know, on historic horse racing machines, of every dollar, 75 cents goes to the operator, 16 cents or change goes to us, 8 cents and change goes to the charity. On table games, 35% goes to the charity. And so, for example, last year, the charities received more in table revenue than they did historic horse racing revenue. And so making sure that we didn't have facilities with only machines, because they are less expensive to run and you could stand more of them up and they require less labor costs. They really do. To make sure that didn't happen. The provision in rule was, once again, hard fought over for weeks and weeks of negotiation to make sure that so much of the floor would be set aside for table games, and so the revenue would not be such that it would only be machines. And I can only suggest to you that if you take away that provision, some of the facilities will look not very nice. Like the Nash, if you go visit, which I think you folks are planning to go visit, it's a nice facility and a large measure because of the tables. It's a nice atmosphere. What I really feared was abandoned movie theater with 1,000 machines in it, and it looks like crap. And so that was our, like I said, it's not in law now, it's in rule, and that was a protection we sought and won,
Okay.
frankly.
Yeah, sounds good. Representative Opal.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Which indirectly raises an issue that is not in either of these 2 bills, but has been suggested by another representative, which is the possibility of putting video terminals in restaurants and bars.
Yes.
And I'm just, given what you just described about the impact on charities, let alone the impact on the atmosphere of these locations, what your thoughts are about that and what impact that might have on these proposals.
I can only submit to you one of the variables related to gaming is accessibility, and the fact that it would be accessible across the state. I think in the fiscal note I said 400 facilities. My guess is it would be more. A VLT in a bar is about the most profitable usage of square foot that exists. And I say this as a guy who's prosecuted organized crime who had machines in bars, and they would average $250, $300 a day for 6 square feet, times that over 365 days times 6 machines. It would impact charity revenues of the facilities tremendously.
Follow up, Mr. In a negative way.
In a negative, oh yeah, in a negative way. Yes, correct. It would be because there are certain facilities which are very much destination facilities. They're entertainment venues, and there are some that are just smaller venues that are sort of entertainment, but they're smaller. And so the smaller you get like that, the closer you get to 5 machines in a bar.
One more follow up, Mr. Chair. I believe, Director, you've testified before about sort of what the limit would be in terms of the number of these machines, that
Yes.
at a certain point there's diminishing returns.
Correct.
And I'm assuming that would apply to this idea of going beyond current licenses and allowing every restaurant or bar in the state to.
So when Spectrum did its analysis in terms of the maximum gaming footprint the state could absorb, it said 6,000 machines. And that would be if they were ideally placed, under the best usage. But that's not the case you have now. Not that it's bad, it's just there are certain large areas where there's nothing. I don't think it would get to that large a scale. I don't think you'd have more than 2,500 machines in bars, only because most bars aren't big enough to have more than that. And what we would make them do would be expensive and difficult, like cabling and wiring. It's because versus these operators, I would need to have access to the communications method of every single bar that did this and to check on the machines themselves. Because otherwise I'd have to trust the bar owners to tell us what they made. And, I trust but verify. And so it would affect charitable giving revenue directly, because I would guess that, 60% of lottery revenues, traditional lottery revenues, are in Hillsborough, Rockingham County. I would submit that probably the same regarding meals and rooms taxes, and alcohol is the same, those 2 counties too. So you'd have a density of gambling that would be significant.
Okay. All right, and then let's move on to the middle of page 5. Floor space allocated VLTs. Oh, I guess that's, why is that the same thing?
Yeah, it looks like they've said it
Seems like the same
Yeah.
thing again.
No,
Isn't that the same as what's
Up
up
here it
top?
says
Yes.
70%. Down here it says 7.
Oh, but this says and to historic. So the first was just VLTs. This is VLTs and HHR.
Yeah, I think it's sort of to allow for the crossover of when the migration goes from VLTs to historic horse racing, that it doesn't get.
Okay, so it kind of makes sense to have. It's not really a duplicative. Okay. Right. Yeah, I think the point is, let's say whatever we want to do with SB 83, if we think that's a good thing, then we should make sure we pull it into SB 83.
I think we probably should.
Yeah, no, I my sense is we should pull that in, but right now I just want to go through these one by one. Any other thoughts or comments on that Roman numeral 4 on page 5? What's that?
Yeah, we kind of skipped Roman numeral number 2, where we put a maximum of 50.
Well, I did. I skipped 2 because we already talked about it earlier, didn't we? The bet limits.
Sort of, yeah.
And we can talk about it again. Anyone
Yeah.
have thoughts on that? We talked about it at the very beginning, the bet limits. Okay.
I got another question on the bet limits.
Sure.
Which is, when we look at these things relative to
Excuse me.
whenever this was first decided to do 50, is 50 a new idea? Or when does it come from?
50 was I think from the language of the table games from last session.
Last session. So there hasn't been a whole lot of
There
inflation.
hasn't been. And actually, I think the operators wanted to have an increased table limit because of our dual rules of 70%, 30% tables and floor and 6.3% revenues on machines versus table to make sure that they were able to meet those numbers. Because there's actually, it's punitive, not punitive. If you exceed that, half of your revenue goes to the charity
Oh,
by rule. And so it's candidly, I liked it. They weren't fans of it, but I thought it was a protection for the charities.
okay.
Okay,
So
so,
now we're in 5.
so if we go to Roman numeral, oh, we talked about 4. Yeah, 5, Roman numeral 5.
The progressive link.
That's wire, okay, that's right.
He's ignoring, right?
Such pool. Can you,
Yeah. He didn't deal with it at all. He took it out.
what's that?
Lang took it out of his section completely.
Oh, took out the wide area.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he took it out or he just, yeah, maybe, yes. Because let's not forget, SB 83 came into the Senate before SB 2, HB 2 was finalized. So it's not like he saw it there and then took it out. It just,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Go ahead. Representative Ulrich.
When the VLTs participate in the wide area pool, is it harder or easier to reach well, one is 88% and the other is 80%? Is there a greater opportunity to win in the pool, or is it that there's greater funds available in the pool?
So there's more funds in the pool because it's liquidity and the top prize gets higher. But I'm sensing this language comes from the operators, not us. My sense is the expense involved in running a wide area progressive is higher because you have to share data across multiple operators and multiple manufacturers. And so therefore they're seeking a lower required payout. Whereas now it's 88% on HHR as well. And it's around 90% statewide currently, the aggregate. But so no, there's more people and more money in the pool, not that because the payout is lower. Not because the payout's lower.
Well,
Yeah.
so the answer was yes.
Yeah. Yes, the answer was yes. Sorry.
It's going to be more with this figure of 80% and 20%. It will be more difficult to win, but if you do win, you're going to win more.
You can win a higher prize, correct. You're going to win less overall, but you're going to have a higher chance to win a higher prize. The same logic applies to Powerball, for example, versus scratch tickets. $20 scratch ticket pays 80%, Powerball pays 50%. A lot of people all put $2 in, Powerball jackpot gets real high.
Only when it gets over 200 million.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks to me, if you look at Roman numeral 5 in SB 83 on page 5, that would give the commission fairly broad latitude in terms of rulemaking authority, which might make Roman numeral 5 in HB 2 unnecessary. Am I reading that?
I mean,
I think it goes beyond that, but
yeah,
at least Roman numeral 5 and HB 2 seems like it would not be necessary to bring over to SB 83. Too many numbers. Given Roman numeral 5 in 83.
correct. The only thing I believe is the allowance to have a lower prize payout in HB2 that doesn't exist in SB 83. That's the only difference in terms of,
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
because otherwise we'd have to hold the operators to a machine payout of 88%, and the lab would test for that.
Well,
Follow up?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, could you not establish that via rulemaking
I
authority?
cannot. I can't by rule overturn what you folks pass as law. I would have to comply with it as part of our rulemaking. I can make it higher, but I can't make it lower.
Okay, so if HB 2 passes, that would that would be the rule as opposed to 83.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So we would need to adjust that.
No, we wouldn't need to adjust it. And honestly, the rulemaking portion of the progressive would just be how we would integrate that function with the operators, the manufacturers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think that's it for page 5. Page 6. Roman numeral 1. Oh, this is a fun topic. 30% versus 32.5 versus whatever. Yeah. Thoughts? Do I hear thoughts on this one? Obviously the House position right now is 30%. That was passed in HB 2. It wasn't passed unanimously, so I'm guessing there's other thoughts. Let me go to Representative Southworth and then Representative
I've
Bowles.
said it before. I think it can be higher. I don't think the casinos would be less fancy if it was lower. And I think this is our opportunity to set this rate. I'd really like to see us set it higher, perhaps 35%.
Okay. Representative Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So are you still at 45%? You were at 45% back when, right? And I think the governor was at 45%.
I mean, certainly, the numbers in HB2 were from my work and effort and belief, and trying to maximize revenue for the state, which I believe is one of my main functions, if not my main function. And so that's why I wrote what I wrote.
So
and
you're at follow.
it was 40, actually 40, I think I was at 45, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but are you at 30% now? Do you think that's a better rate for the state? Or what do you think is the optimal rate? How's that?
The optimal rate. So I'm the one guy who doesn't get paid extra if it passes or not passes at 32 or 45. And so I believe it's doable at a much higher number than 30 and 32.5. I just do. And profitable. Now, does that make some differences on the back end? Of course. They're going to spend less on marketing. You're going to see less TV ads. But I believe the primary function and is the room to negotiate? Obviously, always. But I said the number I believed because I wanted the state to be in the best situation possible. That's the only reason. So yeah, I still believe in it.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So one of the pushbacks we've been hearing, or at least I've been hearing, is that if we set the rate too high, they won't build the glamorous casinos that we see elsewhere. Your thoughts on that?
The number of the operators operate in jurisdictions with higher tax rates, and they're nice facilities. Our existing operators.
So I think that's a nice way of saying they'll probably still build out nice casinos.
Yeah, certainly. I don't view it as prohibitively high. I would never have said a number that I didn't believe that would be achievable. And we're avowed capitalists with the lottery. You know, we sell and we make profit. But yes, I think the real number is higher.
Okay, last follow up, please. Thank you. So would you say that setting the rate at, let's just say 40% or 35 versus 30, is that a tax increase or is that just setting the bar initially?
Well, you folks, and it's your decision and the governor's obviously to legalize an activity that's currently illegal. And that's always been at the state getting part of, or if not, a significant portion of the money. You folks legalize sports betting and we get 42.5% of the profit. And so I view it as an activity that you folks have legalized that we are supposed to share in the benefit of as the state, not me, you know.
So if I could, Bill Ohm, Representative Ohm, do you want to follow up on any of these? I'm trying to grease the skids for you over here.
Well,
Yeah, I personally feel the 45% number is appropriate to maximize profits for the state without looking at any other parameters for the operators, their investment, and so on. If I said my job was to maximize profits for New Hampshire, I would ask Director McIntyre what number would he give me? And I have asked him, and he gives me 45%. And that's our debate as to how much we want to change that number to accommodate preferences by the operators or not. That's for the committee to debate.
Representative Almy.
Yes. We have to remember most of this money is going out of state. That goes to the operator, the profits that go to the operators. And here we are minimizing the amount of money that we can get that is being gotten by our neighbors. And at a time when we're in worse financial trouble than our neighbors are in, and are getting rid of all kinds of services people are hating us for. And I just do not understand why this push down to 30 or 32.5 or even 35. There's no way those guys are going to be choosing to leave the state because for the video lottery terminals we're taking more money than we took for the HRMs, which cost the operators a fair amount of money. But
Representative Opal.
And I'm
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, you're also looking at a table full of people who will not benefit, whether the rate is 45 or 35 or except in the way it benefits the state as it is with you. And thank you for your service. But I'm also wondering in paragraph 2, and I know there's been a lot of conversation about another gaming commission to study some of these issues, but I'm wondering if this is not an opportunity. I'm still concerned about 2 areas regarding charity gaming. One is, I'm not sure why it's left to the facilities, to the operators, to choose which charities get to play. I have trouble wrapping my head around why that should be the case. It seems like we should be doing that, or there should be a commission doing that. When I say we, I mean the state. And the second is my concern that there are a vast majority of charities that are not participating and not I should say not benefiting, which is another issue of who picks the charities. And so I'm just curious as to your opinion on that issue.
Certainly the nature of the process that exists now is based on history. That originally the operators chose the charities, and originally they actually had difficulty finding charities because the revenue was so small and the paperwork was so difficult. Well, we've switched that. The revenue is now significant. The paperwork is virtually non-existent. And so it's historic. It is one of the charges of the Gambling Study Commission, which I believe has passed one body.
It's past the House. I don't know.
Yeah, I
where
think
it
it's
is
still in the Senate. I don't think it's gone. That's one of the charges of which I'm a non-voting member of the commission, but it's fine. And will be studied. I know it's a hot topic. I will candidly tell you, I don't know that I want to be in the business of choosing charities and their role. I don't think I'm here to regulate the operation, not do that work. But so that's the history behind it, Representative.
Follow up,
Yeah,
Mr.
it came up, well, let me just say, it came up as a topic I was also on the Charitable Gaming Commission. We talked about it for a while. It wasn't something easily solvable. We recognize the issues that you just brought up as problems. And we're hoping that the next round of the Charitable Gaming Commission, this will be one of its charters to potentially solve that issue. If we, in this committee, feel like we have some sort of solution or maybe a tiny bite of the solution that we want to add to SB 83, we could. But I do recognize it's not an easy solution. Yes.
Understanding that, Mr. Chair, my concern, as the director has just said, is that the current system is historic and it's just where we are. And again, pardon my skepticism, but I'm afraid that if HB2 passes with this provision in it, or if 83 or some variation passes, and we continue to rely on the same and say, well, the Gaming Commission is going to solve that problem, recognizing that I understand it's not an easy problem to solve. I fear that we're missing an opportunity to change the system as opposed to the natural inertia of, okay, well, that's the system and it's worked. Let's just leave it alone. So
If you or anyone else on this committee has a solution, we're ready. We're all ears.
well, let me,
But I do recognize it's a difficult problem.
I mean,
But if it doesn't, let me just say, if things go along and HB2 passes or SB 83 doesn't have it in it, it doesn't mean that next year there can't be something that amends that law to solve the charitable gaming issue. But, historically, it wasn't a big issue. There wasn't a whole lot of money. A charity or two, well, first it was just one charity, I believe, right, was tied to a particular gaming night.
Yeah.
And then it was increased to the ability to have two.
Yep.
And now we're seeing, as revenues keep increasing, there's some charities that are getting more and more money, and others, and a whole bunch of others who aren't even at the table. So it's a problem that, as time goes on, has turned into something that needs to be solved.
Yeah.
well, again, when you have, I think it was a little league someplace that was getting over $100,000. I've had the good fortune to work with sports leagues, and I don't know why a little league would need $100,000 or more.
That's right. That's one of the symptoms of
Yeah.
this current
And so,
situation.
I just say, my fear is there is a natural inclination to sort of, through inertia, just let things go. So, I'll certainly be talking to people and seeing if I can come up with a solution, and hope others will join me.
Sounds good. Representative Southworth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I know when you get the next revenue batch of how much these things are making, I'd still like to really have a solid chart of what it is at 30% and so on up to 45, so we can see what real money, we're talking about. So I think it's hard to tell. I would say a couple of things in the bigger picture. I think when the federal and state cuts go through by summer or whatever, the demand is going to go through the roof. I mean, it might even go up like 1,000% or something for charitable needs. One thing we're hearing, if they cancel Head Start in New Hampshire, thousands of people are going to need probably millions of dollars in help. And that's all going to pressure the charities if the state budget is done.
Yeah.
So I think it's really important to look at the higher end, given what we're facing in the next maybe many years. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Olm.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the vetting process. You mentioned the vetting you do for the operators, which is quite extensive. Question on the vetting of charities. We have the 990s that are available to vet charities. Do you think that's sufficient information to vet charities, or do you think we need some additional process? And secondly, if we wanted to vet all the 990s, what kind of overhead would that incur on your side?
I mean, certainly vetting now involves, is it a recognized 501c, fill in the blank, 3, 4, there's a number that are, comply. We don't vet that this is a good or bad use of the money. It's just that it's a not-for-profit. We say charity, but really it's a not-for-profit are eligible. And so I think the vetting process, and in that case about charities, you're really creating like a grant program, in which we would not be the right house for that. I don't know that it's even a good idea, but certainly that's a decision for you folks, and part of a larger conversation, as the chairman suggests. A very difficult question to sort of, because these room places started at $1,000 they'd get in a week, and now they're getting $150,000. And so I think it grew up faster than our process did. Follow up?
Yeah, follow up. So let's say theoretically you have 100 charities to vet. How much work would that require on your department to go through the 990s of 100 charities per year?
So I don't know the question. It depends on how complicated the charity is. Some are pretty simple, like a Little League's easy. The United Way would not be. And so I don't know the answer to that question, Representative. I'd be shooting from the hip.
All set.
John?
Chair, Mr. Chair. You're all done. Okay. Representative Spar.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I think the whole process of the distribution is certainly separate and distinct from what we're doing today. And it is a mess. And I think there's a lot that needs to be done on that. Right now, 800 charities are receiving funds, roughly, give or take, and there are about 9,000, and I think I mentioned in the state that are registered. So it was a first come, first serve kind of thing, and there's no transparency to how that's done. There's no measure to do that. There's nothing. And some of these charities that are getting funds may even be doing most of their operations and most of their work outside of the state, so it's not even benefiting the state. So it's a whole nother animal that certainly needs to be worked on. And I think a separate bill is probably what would end up happening.
It probably will end up being a separate bill, just because of the complexity of this. I think us just coming up with some change to SB 83, or whatever we end up doing with it is going to be quite a process anyhow. So I don't disagree with you. Representative Ulrich.
Well, quickly on the topic immediately at hand. There's something like 54 IRS programs, but New Hampshire says all you have to do is be a not-for-profit, regardless. There's no correlation between the two, between what the IRS considers to be a not-for-profit charity organization and what New Hampshire calls a not-for-profit corporation. So that whole area needs to be looked at. There are some corporations that make a lot of money. Their 990s reveal a huge amount of money going in salaries and very little to, in one case, patient care, for example. Right. And then there are other 990s that show up and, nobody gets paid anything, but a lot of money gets filtered through.
Mm-hmm.
But my question, going back to the 30 versus 32.5 versus 40 versus 45, if you could refresh our memory on the 30%, there was I remember discussion on that, and there was a strong pushback by the providers saying that because the market was new, because there was a great deal of investment that was needed because of a lack of infrastructure already in place, that they needed to take more of the profits to plow back into. Now, redoing the Pheasant Lane Mall cost a lot of money. I don't know if the Nash is making any money at this point. Now, we could ask them to come in and do a private presentation, which would probably answer some questions, but I don't think they're ready to do that yet because they don't know. They've been making that was a speculation. That operation was done in spec. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's not speculation completely. Most of these operators had spent a significant amount of money in research of geographic areas. And when they went out, because candidly, they bought these places from the then owners. They invested a significant amount of money, is my understanding, in market research, what the market would dictate, how much money they could make, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I don't think they went in speculating. I think they went in with eyes wide open.
Yeah, eyes wide open, but it's still speculation.
Yeah, of course, like any business, there's a risk factor. There's no question.
Now, well, the question still remains. If it was raised to 45%, how would that have affected their desire to spend $1 in Nashua or $10 in Salem or $20 in Manchester?
I can only suggest to you that every operator I talked to, when the topic of VLTs came up, which it came up every single meeting I had. So every one of these folks that came in to purchase an existing charitable gambling room met with us. And every one of them, every meeting, the third or fourth question they want to talk about VLTs. When could we go to VLTs versus HHR? And I suggested that my recommendation is going to be that the rate goes up significantly higher than it had been at 25%. And if I could turn back time, which I cannot do, sadly, I age in this job, I would not have made the HHR rate 25%. I would have made it higher. Because when we did HHR, we were doing it based off of historical data in other states. And our revenue estimates were $150 per machine per day. We're running about 240 something now, so that was wildly low. And the profitability are significantly higher than we had anticipated. So I would have, as a steward of the state's money, would have wanted a higher number. Similarly, the existing HHR operators pay a significant fee for content on the machines. I think you've heard about this before. That's around 7 to 10%. And at 30%, they're not even giving us that. It's going from 25 to 30. Like, they're keeping some of that for themselves. And so it strikes me as 30% is a very low number. And I would challenge Representative Ulrich. We've been talking about this for how many months now? 3, 4 months, 5 months? Has anyone shown you a spreadsheet yet that shows they're losing money?
Well, that's one of the problems, which I've
asked for it.
We're not getting the.
Yeah. No,
and quite honestly, when you're speaking to the vendors, we need to see some of that. Now, I was talking with
here's the thing. I don't see on the backside all of the expenses that are their expenses behind the scenes. And I don't see, we see what their revenues are, obviously, and then we see what our share is after, because it's really, we take out the same time. The machine takes $1, we get our 16 cents, charity gets 8 cents. Operator gets 75 cents. Where that 75 cents goes and to whom, we don't have access to. They're paying this, they're paying this. They're paying headquarters $2 million a year for a management fee or whatever. We don't see those.
Even the general number. Why are we talking about 30%? Where did that 30% come from?
From the operators. Candidly, it came from that's their number, not ours. It's the number they felt where they'd like to be.
What was wrong with 10%?
Well, Nevada's at 6. Nevada's at 6, and the difficulty in this is Nevada has no moratorium. It's an open state. Anybody who wants to walk in and build a casino and pay their 6% on gaming tax.
Yeah, they also have a video lottery terminal
everywhere
at the airport.
And at 7-Eleven too.
Let me take a crack at trying to answer the 30%. And to Director McIntyre's point, maybe when HHR first came in, it should have been higher than 25%. But it was 25%. That's what was put in. The totalizers get paid for the, I don't know what, the software, the
Races too. So in the back of the technology, there's actually a horse race that's running for which they have to pay the owners of that race, the content.
right. And that's where you were saying 7 to 10%.
Yeah.
Now, my understanding is some of the totalizers have dropped their fee to 5.5%.
I think there's a caveat to that, but
Okay.
I think it was if they stayed with historic horse racing, because
Okay.
one of the manufacturers of historic horse racing obviously doesn't want the state to go to VLTs
Right.
because they go from 2 manufacturers to 12.
Right. So the HHR manufacturers are worried about losing out now to VLTs.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where, so now if you add 5.5 to 25, what do you get? 30 and a half, 30%. And the VLTs, from what I understand, initially they would bring in about 4% more initially to get going. So in business, I mean, they're more interesting. There's more games. It's not HHR is HHR. So the 30%, I mean, we can sit here all day and say it should be 35 or it should be 40 or 45 because the state will get more. But the point is, a stake was put in the ground with HHR at 25%. So the 30%, that's where the 30% is coming from. These guys are basically, my understanding is, I've talked to some of the operators as well. That's the reason they want 30%, or they're not going to go to VLTs. So we can talk all day long about 40% for VLTs, and they're not going to migrate to VLTs. So that's, in my mind, that's why the 30% makes sense. Representative Elmy.
The problem with that is that they know that they will get a lot more money, more profit from VLTs than they get from HRMs because they have to pay so much extra for the HRM materials.
Well, the basic tax rate is lower it's 25%, so it's 5% lower than 30.
Yeah.
And they do have to pay, the totalizers. So
And they're slower machines,
yeah, they're slower machines. That's why the VLTs will bring in more money.
a lot more money.
But if we go too high in the percentage, they're not going to make the switch, and then the state's not benefiting. Now, keep in mind, if the state does make a lot of money, if the operator makes a lot of money, the BPT tax is going to kick in. They're going to be paying higher BPT tax as well. And I don't know,
Which you've
maybe
cut.
maybe BET as well, because they've got to hire more employees, so their
No,
total compensation.
the BET has no relationship for a rich corporation to what they have to pay. They're paying the BPT.
Well, I mean, if they're hiring more employees, it's going to up their BET.
Yeah, yes, but if they have more employees and they cost more, it gets taken off the BPT
Oh, I see
that
what
they
you're
have to pay.
Yeah, there's a credit.
So
against it.
they're essentially, all of those guys are essentially just paying the BPT.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that true?
We went through that.
What Representative Almy is saying, it's generally, there is an offset from the BET to the BPT.
Yeah, there's a credit.
However,
100%.
when we're talking about 30%, we're not taking into consideration the unique business profits tax that we have on the total revenues from a casino, which is reflected in the BPT. If we increase the licensing fee for one machine, that's going to increase the deduction from the BPT for the entire casino, because that becomes an expense. The tax for the machinery becomes an expense, and then is written off and takes it off the bottom line. So if we're going to take a look at this, we need to take a look at the bottom line, not 45% is going to generate all this kind of money. Well, it's not, because we have all of the deductions that are on the back of the books.
Well, not only that, but if they don't build and put VLTs in because the tax rate's too high, it's not going to matter. They're not going to do it. Representative Almy.
Yes, which says that we ought to be trying to do a couple of imaginary cases of how much it's going to cost to build a casino and operate it versus what they're going to end up paying in the business profits tax extra beyond the HRM. You capable of that?
No. So,
You capable of giving us the?
I give
the
you estimates
pieces
on
of it?
revenue all the live long day, but in terms of business profit taxes and BET, that is Commissioner Stepp's area, and I would defer to her and her team's
But
expertise.
Are you capable of giving us the likely amounts that it would take to create the expenses
Yeah, I mean,
on
certainly,
one versus how much it was likely to get out of it?
yes.
Maybe just a couple of versions of it?
Yeah, I
and
mean,
then-
certainly, the
But-
highest number in the New England area is Rhode Island. And Rhode Island's somewhere in the 60s. And they have, I think, 4,800 machines, which is larger than anything we have by a factor of 3 or 4. And they're in the 60s, and they've been profitable for decades.
Yes.
And so I don't know
And
their
they're owned by the state.
the rights to it is owned by the state. The facility is owned by a couple of companies, Bally's and IGT, and they're local. But yes, so
But there's state data on was at least 25 years ago, public property because they were owned by the state.
yeah, could be.
Unlike you, they actually had to release all this stuff.
Yes. It's in the annual report too, I think.
They don't have. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things that I always look for when I'm getting conflicting information is, what is the motivation behind the person giving me the information? And it's not a bad thing, but if I were an operator, I'd want the tax number as low as possible. I'd want to maximize my profits as much as possible. Nothing wrong with that. That's how capitalism works, right? The director has given us a number significantly higher. And I would say that he is not without experience in this field. And as he has pointed out, he gets no additional profit, whether it's 40 or 45 or 25 or 30. And Mr. Chairman, completely understand your argument. Perhaps the state made a mistake in setting 25% as the rate when HHR was first introduced. But perhaps now's the time to rectify that. And if the issue is the operators want 30% because that's the incentive for them to switch, maybe if we go to 45% on VLTs and consider raising HHR, maybe we could help incentivize them to make that switch to VLTs. And I it seems to me that the whole, I understand the argument about BPT and it's probably worth looking at, but as the director says, it's probably something DRA should provide us with.
I mean, I guess in answer to that, I would say that, businesses, most recently, the Nash, has made investments knowing what the rates are. If we suddenly say, surprise, the rate is 45% now instead of 30 or 25 for HHR, 30 for VLTs, we also have to think about New Hampshire's business climate and what message are we sending, right? I mean, if we suddenly did that, I don't know, if I'm a business considering investing in New Hampshire, I'm going to say, it's too unpredictable. That's too big a change in policy overnight after I just invested all this. So we always have to keep that in mind too. Anyways, Representative
I
Spar.
understand that, and I guess you could phase it in, graduate it.
Representative Elberger.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We change things all the time. People who have been receiving Medicaid didn't have to pay copays, and now we're telling them that they're going to have to pay 5% of their income. And whether we're talking about a business or we're talking about individuals, we don't promise forever, for good reason, because situations change, conditions change, and businesses, it's the same thing. We haven't necessarily changed conditions depending on whether they're doing very well or not. But at this point, our responsibility is not just to make this a business-friendly state, which we are, but also to make sure that we support our citizens. And that includes business owners who live here, and make sure that we are doing well by them and not just by large corporations who aren't based here in New Hampshire.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a hypothetical to try to clarify some of the topics that are being discussed here. The hypothetical is, let's say we freeze everything the way it is, and now we offer one VLT license to the highest bidder. Do you think that would be a bid, and how much do you think that license would be worth?
That's not part of this bill.
The variables involved are so, because it would depend on the community, depend on where it is, who bid, what the size is. I mean, there's a bunch of things I couldn't factor in for Representative accurately.
Okay, so my assumption was, let's freeze everything in place. We have 14 HHR operators. They stay where they are. They got what they have.
Yeah.
Now we offer one VLT license to anybody. How should that be priced?
I think it would just, so for example, I'll give you an example, and I'll see if I can answer the question with a real life. When it came to sports betting, we said to the universe, we can do sports betting in Hampshire. If you have one of 3 operators in the state, what do you do for us? If you're one of 5, what do you do for us? And if you're one of 1, what will you do for us? And we let the market dictate what they gave us. And DraftKings came in and said, they pay the highest rate in the U.S. We'll move a business into your community. They have a business in Nashua with dozens of software developers that pay into the state. We'll do all kinds of promotions in state. And so the best way to do that is literally let the market decide who wants to be here and why. I can only submit to you that when the casino bill under Governor Hassan was first implemented, I had a number of conversations with very large operators, and they were willing to spend upwards of $800 million, $900 million on a facility in New Hampshire to have the rights to it in the state. I don't know what they would do if HHR was in the mix. That's a very large variable that affects the price, essentially affects the monetary amount.
Last follow-up?
Follow-up?
Yeah, my last follow-up. So would there be any negative effect if we did issue one license? Would that affect negatively anybody?
Other than me having someone taste my food? I mean, certainly existing operators would feel slighted that they had been, that in their midst would be a very large presence that they would be outside of their control and would affect their businesses.
And for a final follow-up, the eligible operators to bid on this would also include the current HHS operators for this one license.
Well, depending on how you folks draft the law, of course, but yes, it would. If you make the eligible operators, then they're eligible to bid. Yeah.
All right, let's one more question and then let's move on.
Dave, I'm just curious. Following up on Representative Spar's, how would you as the commission, speaking for the whole commission, suppose we looked at this as a phase in on both, or maybe just VLT, so that if we start at some lower number, but put in the law, you know, it's going to go from, pick a number, 32.5 to 35 to 40 to 45 or so over some period of time. I'm just curious as to, you know, I think Representative Sparr's idea about phasing in the change in HHR makes sense. I'm wondering about, maybe we should think about it for both.
It's a hard question to answer only because I'd have to know how the phasing in is and what the timetable is, and having two different platforms in the universe puts a little strain on my staff, candidly, because we have to test multiple platforms and multiple machines versus knowing, okay, these are the ones versus these are the ones. And so there's an expense to that. As to what it would do, that's a lot of open questions that have to be answered before I could give you a number.
Okay, so I knew the 30% or the percent question would be a fun one to talk about, and now that we've done that, let's move on to the next one, which is paragraph 2. This is splitting up. It's paragraph 2 and below. This is taking that 30, let's call it 30%, because that's what HB2 is right now. Taking that 30% and distributing it. One thing that I have heard, and I don't see in either one of these, is that the governor, for the governor to sign something authorizing VLTs, from what I'm hearing, she would like group 2. She had proposed group 2 benefits, and so she wants to see part of this as group 2, and I think it ended up being, well, we may need to rephrase this, but it's HHR is 25%. VLTs, and we'll use again, 30% is what's been passed so far, 30%. That 5% of that 5% increase, 4.75% of it would go to group 2 benefits, and 0.25% of that would go to problem gaming. I'm just throwing that out. There may be other things that we split. This may require some more thought, this one area, but you know, you can see on the HB2 side one set of breakdowns, and on SB 83 a different set of breakdowns for that. But anyways, I'll just lead off with that. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess this is going either toward Jen or toward you, sir. The numbers on the left side for HB2 goes letter B, number 1, it goes 0.25. Now that's not 25%. That's only a quarter.
Yeah, and
then it goes 64.75. Where's the other 35% of this number? No, because if you go to the right side, SB 83, when it gets to letter B, it goes 1, 2, 3. That number's come up to 100% underneath. I'm just wondering. Yeah. Well, 35. There's 35 on each side.
I was wondering that as well.
Yeah, I just wonder. Should that 64.75 be 69.75, so it all goes in the education fund?
Unless, are we missing? Jen, do you know if we're missing?
Is this just a misprint, or?
Well, I don't think there's a misprint, but. Well, let's have one person at a time. I asked Jen a question. Yeah. Okay, so that is unusual because now we're missing. What are we missing? We're missing 35%, or is the 35?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think what happened here is that in the House version, instead of assuming that what was left after the 35% going to charity, They just took the 65% that was left and divided it. Where on the right side, what they did was 35% comes out and the remainder, so 65% gets divided,
Yeah.
25, 25, and 50.
Not
You're
to
right.
disagree.
You're
I'm sorry.
right. If you look at page 39, line 6, there's the 35%. Okay.
What
So,
page is that? Line.
If you look on, we have two handouts. If you look at the back page of the other handout,
Oh,
we got the front page looks like this. It's like a Excel.
well,
So look at
Okay.
the back page of this. And it says page 39 at the top. If you look at line 6, 35% goes to charitable organizations, and then 0.25% to problem gaming, 64.75 to accounting unit. So that's what?
okay. That's a good explanation, Mr. Chairman. I didn't see that.
Department of Education, okay. So that's the breakdown of HB2. We may or may not agree with that breakdown, and I know the governor doesn't agree with it, because what I'm hearing is she wants percentage
Well-
allocated to Group 2.
Well, I do have my follow-up question after you explained that. It's very well. On this SB 83, I look at this and I go, this 25%, number 2, to elderly, disabled, blind, deaf exemption. I mean, that's nice, but I really find, I hate to say this, I object to it. I think it's going to cause more confusion. I don't think there'll be enough money for all the communities to be able to get an even split. I think it should go into the letter number 1 there. That 25 should go back in there, 25, make that a 50% to the special fund under RSA 284-21J, which is the Education Trust Fund.
Oh, so you're saying it should be 50% to that.
You're right, and 50% to the general fund.
Okay, yeah, that's one possibility. Representative Opal.
I forget now who made this suggestion, but I'm just going to second it. I think what would be helpful here, this side by side was great, and thank you, Jen, for putting this together. I think a side by side with dollar numbers as opposed to just percentages, that would give us some idea of what we're talking about in terms of whether it's education trust fund or the exemptions, or and fundamentally, what's the difference in terms of dollars between what's the best estimate of what is Group 2 going to cost, and what's the difference between 30% versus 45% in terms of what the state is most likely to get based on the director's best estimates. I think that would be tremendously helpful. Certainly would be helpful to me to be able to take a look at that and start looking at actual dollars as opposed to percentages, which are kind of a shot in the dark. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I think the best information we have at the moment is if you look at the fiscal note of SB 83, it does attempt to give a number. And on page, it doesn't have a page number. No, it says there's gross revenue from VLTs, 470 million. State share, I'm not sure why state share is 26%. Does that make sense?
Talking about 24 million in tax revenues that would be. provided.
What is that?
Dollars by rates.
Tax all the municipalities together.
So where's is 30% here? Oh. 77 million.
The other thing is that the DRA uses at least 2-year-old data, sometimes 3-year-old data to make the calculations because it has been completely vetted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's out of date on that.
Let's see. So this may require, I think this is going to require additional thought here because how we want to break this down may vary, but I understand what you're saying. We need to know what the total number is. We need to know how much money, or we need to get an estimate. And so SB 83 gives you, but does anyone, I'm not sure I understand why on SB 83, the fiscal note says,
I mean, Mr. Chairman, maybe I'm looking at the wrong fiscal note, but the one I have says indeterminate increase.
no, but if you look, then look past that.
No, I see that, but
Representative Ulrich?
Yes, it's going to be indeterminate because no one knows how much money is coming in, how much money's going out. Yeah, some money's going to come in, and a percent of that money is going to go someplace.
well, forgive me, but I believe the director made a recommendation on the tax and gave a budget number to the governor when she put together her budget. And that number assumed if the tax is 45%, this is the expected amount of revenue. So
That's
if
a
the lottery
guess.
commission could do that, I don't understand why DRA couldn't do that.
It's a guess. DRA doesn't guess.
Well, look at the back page. So on the page that says indeterminate, look at the next page. The next page, 2/3 of the way down, they calculate it by saying how many terminals there are, daily machine revenue per terminal, and then calculate a gross revenue of 470 million. The only thing I don't understand, Director McIntyre, is then it says state share percent, 26% for VLTs and 16.25% for HHR. I'm not sure what that, or maybe we should be asking DRA.
Uses that to get to state revenue.
I understand, but where do those percentages come from? Can I ask Jennifer to come up here? Jennifer Ramsey. Oh, please.
Hello again, Jennifer Ramsey, Department of Revenue Administration. It was a little bit difficult to hear with the blower in the back. Can you repeat what you were looking for?
Yeah, so we're looking at, when we look at SB 83, the fiscal note says indeterminable amount, which is fine. But on the second page of that fiscal note, it breaks down number of terminals of HHR, number of terminals VLTs, and estimates a daily revenue per machine and comes out with a gross revenue of 470 million for VLTs and 360 million for HHR. I guess, and that's all fine. But the question I have is then it says state share percent, 16.25%, or maybe that's of the gross. Okay.
That's
Must be the
if you
gross.
if you look above, Mr. Chairman, I think I understand it. What they're saying is that the if you take out the amount going to charities, that the 65% that would be divided by the state would represent 26% of total revenue. So if you go through all the math, ultimately you take out the portion the operators keep, you take out the portion that the charities keep, and what you're left with is 26% of total revenue, which is then divided by 25% for the exemptions, 25% or 50% for group 2 and 25% for the lottery special fund, whatever, I can't remember what that is. So that's where I think the state share percentage numbers come from. And
Yeah, it makes sense.
it is a little confusing, but
The 16.25% for HHR is calculated by 25% tax on HHR and then 65% of that, and you get 16.25%. Okay. All right. That makes sense. So, I guess now the question is the number of terminals. With this 4,300 HHR, 4,300 VLTs, what is that? Where did that number come from?
It was based on the known universe of machines that were either in place or to be in place before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And it would be roughly equal? Is that the guess? It would be roughly equal, 4,300 HHR, 4,300 VLTs?
Well,
By the-
it's the belief that during the next biennium, certainly the next year, that there would be a migration from HHR to VLT within that year because it is a better product. And that every operator I spoke to, taking them at their word, which is one of the difficulties of doing this, is because we don't control this function, somebody else does.
Right.
And so when they say we expect to convert within 4 to 6 months, I took them at their word.
So you're not saying there's 4,300 HHR and 4,300 VLTs. You're just saying if there were 4,300 HHR, here's what it'd be if there's 48. Okay.
Yes, that we don't expect them to live for very long together. Like,
Okay.
we expect it to be a migration, obviously, and the machines themselves, I think you told the committee, but the same machines can do both. It's literally just a better content product in the box itself.
So you don't need to buy a new machine. You just need new software.
It's about
Okay.
$3,000 to $4,000 per machine to convert. But yes,
Okay. Representative Elmy.
Would they be increasing the number of VLTs once they had the original conversion in place?
so one of the difficulties is the fiscal note we did months ago.
Yeah,
And so from what I'm led to believe, I think 4,400 terminals is low. I don't know how low, but I know it's low. But once again, these are just plans that people had discussed. I haven't seen anything cross my desk yet.
And in the commission, Spectrum concluded what? There'd be 6,000 maximum?
6,000 would be max, yeah.
Okay.
And I think I've told the committee before, there's a rule of thumb. If you're doing more than $250 a day, you want to add machines. If you're doing less than that, you want to subtract them. It's a general rule of operation.
Okay.
so if I
Representative
could
Elmy.
ask another question.
Yeah.
So, you've got 40 HHR machines. You convert it to 40 VLT machines, and then you add another 40 VLT machines. That second 40 is going to cost you almost as much, isn't it, as the first HHR machines?
Correct. The machines themselves will
Yeah.
cost. And there's two different ways. You can buy them or you can lease them.
Yeah.
You can own them or you can have what's known as a rev share model the manufacturers will do. That varies by manufacturer and device.
Yeah, and if I could, back when we were discussing these a long time ago, on the most, at that point, sorry, most of the machines were slot machines were rented because otherwise they'd get old, and because their contents wouldn't be when they're rented, they're constantly being upgraded and changed into different themes and things like that. But when you buy them, then you have to go buy new content.
Yeah, I mean, that's not wrong. It's the sort of decision by the business. Usually the larger
Yeah.
facilities will buy, the smaller ones will rent,
Right, right.
I believe.
But, well, what cares about it, I think, is could we do a phase in of the VLT tax on the basis of how, or fee, or whatever you want to call it, on the basis of that they have this first base that isn't costing them much of anything, but then when they start adding to them, they need to use more capital for that.
That's a complicated thing to manage, certainly for us.
Yeah. Well,
Because, like,
just if you assumed that they're going to try to get up to 6,000.
Like, for example, I know one of the would-be operators has already purchased the machines and not installed them yet, so I don't know how to characterize that.
Interesting.
All right, let's go. Yeah, okay. Representative Opel.
I just did a quick calculation.
Okay.
If you assume instead of 4,300 machines, 6,000 machines, using the same calculations that DRA has, excuse me, the state revenue using that 26%, the state revenue would be 170 million, almost 171 million. So you're roughly 50 million.
Okay. All right. So I want to move on from this section to the last page, but what I would encourage people to do is look at these. You know, we may or may not agree with HB2 or SB 83 as to how this breakdown should happen. And as I said, I'm getting information indirectly that the governor wants the Group 2 piece in there. And I don't know what that actually right at this moment. I'd have to look. Does someone know what that Group 2 number is in millions? Is it for what?
At the bottom of it there. So 61 million?
Man, where's that?
Well, is that the actual number?
Oh, no, it's right here.
No, that's the SB bill, I think. I think it's yeah, it's on SB. Yeah.
Right.
Not the governor's bill.
Okay.
So is that
where's
the actual number?
Then where is that percentage in here? Because SB 83, if there's a fiscal note there, then it must be in the bill.
Page 6. He calls it at the bottom of page 6, 50% for the general fund.
Yeah, but that's saying general fund. That's what. Paid out of the general fund.
That's what the fiscal note assumes. The 50% goes to Group 2. And they're saying 61 million.
I mean, that's, it seems like, well, although this is the comparison, maybe there's more wording because that wording by itself that goes into general fund isn't enough. Okay.
Can I what was
Mr. Chair, I think Jen.
Oh.
Yeah. So so you're saying the bill got amended and perhaps the fiscal note didn't get updated. Okay. Okay, thank you. That helps. Representative Elmy.
The fiscal note we're looking at in 83 says revised on February 4th of this year. I don't know how much more work they did on it after that. So they could have needed another amendment. That's a question for DRA. Did you get asked to do another fiscal note when it came to us?
So most of the fiscal note was done by LBA on this. The only piece that we contributed was the portion related to the exemption relief fund. So we might not have been asked to do an amendment since that portion didn't change. I agree.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
What was the intention, this is to anybody, what was the intention of Senator Lang putting in the 25% for the elderly, disabled, and I forget what he said. Did he mention why?
He did. It's
Representative
to assist with lowering property taxes for everybody in the state.
Right, but the diversion, I mean, why, is it a sweetener for something to get this through? I mean, what's...
No, I think that was just a sweetener for his own constituents, like I said, to lower the taxes, because what this thing said on the back side of there, that it was going to get the 30 million. 24 million is all they need to cover the current exemptions given on the property taxes for the whole state. So if they got less than that because they didn't make the $300 per machine per day going on, he was still hoping to make enough. Otherwise, he said it would be prorated for all of them. But it was just a break for the taxpayer. That was it.
Representative Almy?
Yeah, except that when the towns that feel rich enough to be providing higher benefits on get seen by the rest of the state, the ones that don't feel that they can afford to provide those benefits, then the whole pie is going to be a lot larger that has to be funded.
And
Okay.
since the money is not going to the Education Trust Fund, it means it's not going to school districts, which impacts property taxpayers.
All right. Let's, okay, so I think this was a useful discussion for our understanding purposes. At some point, we'll have to come up with a, what we believe ways and means, how we think this breakdown should happen. What I'd like to do is, page 7 is the last page we have here. And let's see if we can just finalize. Yes, Jen.
In HB2 on page 7, I think that you could visually compare that to the language, the pre-play language that is in SB 83 on page 2. Because they have a 12.5% pre-play indication that's part of the video lottery revenue definition, and I think that's comparable to a different way of doing it. That's my understanding in the House bill on page 7. So just kind of flip back and look at the page 2 definition.
Okay, so page 2 of SB 83, line 9. Okay, I see what you're saying. So SB 83 is basically saying, yeah, that's a good catch. 12.5%. HB2 is 15%. Okay. Good catch. Thank you. All right, so look at page 7. Well, so we're looking. If you're.
Yeah, that's almost up on page 2.
Page 2.
Page 2.
No, not that. On the right.
It depends what okay, on SB 83.
On the side by side on page.
Oh, it's on the side by side too? Okay. Side by. Oh, good, okay. So, yeah, well, it is. We're still gonna go back to page 7, but the point is, or does it?
The 12.5.
Oh, yeah, that one is.
So the key point here is that SB 83 has it at 12.5%, and HB2 is 15%. Okay.
That's the advertising.
Okay, and then the last change is down the bottom, election of central monetary system or audit. So I guess Director McIntyre, I mean, the page 7, the bottom there, the election of central monetary system. I mean, what is that, and how important is that?
So it's in real time ability to monitor all the machines and their activity through our office, through a connection, depending on the connection with the facilities themselves.
Okay. And what do you have to do to get to that point? Do you have to create a bunch of new software? Or, I mean,
Yeah, no, there are companies that do this for a living that actually monitoring, and all of the data for the machines themselves exist in a centralized location in all of the operators. And it's just sort of linking up with that back office system and to what level. Some states don't do it, some states do. I think we'd like to have the ability to do it if we need to. I certainly would want to limit the cost to our costs, not their costs. Like if it requires a software upgrade or it requires some development time for them to sort of do an API to us, I don't want to make sure that we don't pay their costs.
so this is a feature that you would like.
Yeah, I'd like to have, correct. I don't know that we're going to do it yet, just that we would like to have the
Gives you
ability to do it.
And it's already in HB2 at this point.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. I mean, Representative Opal.
I just want to follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up, Director. You're saying you're comfortable with the state paying for this?
I mean, certainly it's a cost that the state has to incur, but if it's, yes,
I just
I'm comfortable. Yeah, I'm comfortable.
I wasn't making a judgment. I'm just,
Yeah.
I was just asking out of ignorance.
It would not be tens of millions of dollars if that's what your fear is.
Okay. All right. I think this has been a good exercise to go through this and get answers to it. I know I have a much better understanding of this. I hope others do as well. So this, obviously we based on the discussion, we don't agree on everything, but I think we understand at least what is happening here, what this entails. And at this point, I know when Representative McGuire was here and spoke on behalf of SB 83, or I don't know if he spoke on behalf of it, but spoke about it. He said, can you make this an early bill or can you retain it? And I think based on where we are time-wise, I mean, and I'm not sure the speaker wants to make it an early bill anyhow, but I think making an early bill doesn't make sense. There's still too much here. We just spent a good 2.5 hours going through just understanding what's here now, what the differences are. So to me now, the options are, we'll probably have another work session on this, and maybe some amendments to this, and then work through that some more. So our two options, the way I see it now, unless anyone disagrees strongly, would be we just treat it like a bill that has to get out by May 29th, which is the deadline. Although the goal would be to try to get these done before that final time period. Yeah, the speaker, I believe, would like, if we can, get it done a week early. It's not mandatory, but a plus. So anyways, those would be our two options in my mind. Get something done here so we have a position, so Ways and Means has a position on this stuff, or if we can't figure it out, then we'd have to retain it. So we only have, and having said that, we only have 3 bills left. We just, this morning when we came in, we had eight bills left to act upon. Over the past week, nothing new came in to our committee. So as of this morning, we had 8 bills to finish up. We dispatched 5 of them today. Thank you for the sign language. We dispatched 5 of them by execing them, so we have 3 left. And the 3 are SB 83 that we, what's that?
He was just indicating one more.
Well,
No, there's, so there's 3 left.
4 octopasses, I forgot that.
Yeah, so one is SB 83 that we just talked about, and I think I'll schedule another work session for that. The other 2 are, we haven't had a public hearing. One is the Medicaid bill, and the other was tax exemption for religious groups on real estate. So I will not be here next Tuesday, but the next meeting, I've already scheduled it. The next meeting is next Tuesday. You guys probably will see it later today or tomorrow, obviously, when you get the schedule. But next Tuesday, the 29th at 10 o'clock. And plan on just a late morning, and I think that's it. All I scheduled was the 2 public hearings on those 2 bills that are left. So you should be done by, I think, 12:30 at the latest on Tuesday. And then I haven't scheduled anything for the following week yet, but most likely, whatever that following date is it May 6th? Okay, May 6th, Tuesday, May 6th. Plan on being here for Tuesday, May 6th, and I would guess that I'll probably schedule another work session on SB 83. And then depending on how the public hearings go on Tuesday for the other two bills, either we'll exec those or we'll have a work session on those. But we effectively, even if we try to get everything out of the committee by the 22nd, 1 week early, it still gives us next week and 3 more weeks. And still we should be done by the 22nd. So I think, we really just have to operate on those 3 bills unless something else, unless I suppose we could potentially get a second committee bill. But we're not going to get many. I mean, if we get 1 or 2, that'd be it. Representative Opel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to confirm, so the idea would be next Tuesday, we would just be doing public hearings for the other 2 bills.
Yep.
And that the May 6th session would probably be execing those and perhaps another work session on 83, or
I
are you
think
thinking?
we need another, does anyone think we don't need another work session on SB 83? And I anticipate maybe I'll bring an amendment to SB 83. And certainly others are welcome to do the same. But so I kind of anticipate that next work session on SB 83 to be one where we start making some proposals and we try to come to some agreement on where we are. And then hopefully after that, well, we either decide at that point, after that, we're either having an exec session on it or we're retaining it after that. And then, as I said, we'll have to see what happens in the public hearing. I can watch the public hearings remote, but I won't be able to be here. And we'll have to figure out whether we have to have work sessions on the religious exemption one. That's pretty straightforward. We already had one bill similar to that. So my guess is that probably is just an exec. The other one, the Medicaid one, that might be a work session. I don't know how complex that's going to become. Yes.
I think it could be, it depends on what the hospitals decide they want to do. They have already gone to court.
Put the microphone.
The hospitals have already gone to court on the hospital bill.
Yeah.
And I don't know how soon the court might be willing to act, but it's probably a priority item since it heavily affects the budget also. And I don't know, I can ask, I don't know if I'll get an answer on, I've got a high-level contact in DH on whether they're going to bring everybody in that day to talk to us, or whether they're going to ignore us or something in between.
Yeah.
So it might be well past 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, yeah, just so you know the timing. So I scheduled the religious exemption bill first for 20 minutes, 10 to 10:20. I don't think, I don't think that's going to take that long. So effectively should have between 10:20 to 12:30, even if it takes 2 hours. Or if it takes 2.5 hours, you should be done by 1. I wouldn't break, well, Jordan will have to decide what makes sense based on the timing, but hopefully you can just keep going right through and be done by 12:30 or 1 o'clock, worst case.
When we argued out the last major change to the Met bill, which was the last time this committee has seen anything of it, we spent, I think, 3 days all day long, but it wasn't the committee, it was people from different committees, plus a lot of representatives from the hospitals, plus a bunch of representatives from HHS. But it took a long time. And they are not happy right now.
Well, as you say, it may not, they may feel like, okay, it's in it's being litigated in the courts, so we don't, not going to even
Yeah.
bother.
They may not even show up.
So it's one of those things. This is the hardest part of scheduling these things. We never know, you know, sometimes something that seems like it's 10 minutes is 2 hours and vice versa. But yeah, anyways, that's the plan. So thank you, everyone.